Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals Zero Hour to make the best game ever. Good. I can't remember what I did last session, but I guess it doesn't matter. Do we have any work in progress work? No. Good. I think we would want to test the X for CSC refactor. I think there were changes made. Yeah. Pull rebase. And then we go to our stash. Then we do here stash pop. Some conflicts. Yep. Okay. I go to release and compile. Can bribe units. False. Units are taking bribes. Good. So the change now. Looks good. We do need debug. Option debug. Okay. Any chance we can get VS22 built as fast as VC6 with Ninja? Maybe it's just a setup thing. This PR is an updated implementation of an earlier off-found PR. This PR backports the multi-selection blocks put in place to make it harder to perform the SCUD bug. Yeah, this looks good. Looks good. Oh, one thing though, this is the only place. Okay, cool. I wonder if this can be handled by setting delete on close at this point and just calling the normal close. Set delete on close should also get an set that it should only be set if fopen is true and not before. Yes, adding an assert, to delete on close. Assert. Yes, adding an assert and delete on close was also a consideration I had. And it would have been reasonable with the original bug, but the way this code is now set up means it does not matter when it no longer matters if it is called before or after open. was a consideration, and it would have been reasonable with the original limitation. But the way this code is now set up, but with the way this code is now set up, it no longer matters if it is called before or after open. Both work. I'm not a fan of calling. I'm not a fan of setting a class member function to. I'm not a fan of modifying class member. Let's say I do not think modifying class members before calling class functions is the way to go. It creates complicated code and would require here to write the codes as write the code here as old delete on close equals delete on close, and then we would say delete on close equals false, and then we would say close, and then we would say delete on close. I don't think modifying class items before calling class function is the way to go. It creates complicated. It generally is better to modify function behavior with function arguments. And here in this case, I simply created a second function variant because the functions are so simple. The function contents, the function bodies are so simple. That's not quite right. We need to say bool old delete on close, delete on close, delete on close false, close, delete on close old, delete on close. Yeah. Okay. Good. So then we go to WinMain, And we go to, we put a breakpoint down here. And then we run that code. Okay, so that is passed. That's great. Then let me see the log file. Old is that and new is that. Is that faster than before? Let's say calculator 8360 divided by 2484. Oh, it's now faster. It's 59%. 59% faster. Cool. Cool. Then let me go to author Mauler. We go here. Let me repeat this test once to see if this repeats. New measurements. New measurement passed with 59% faster. Looks about the same, right? It's around 60%. Say around 60% faster now. Code is also reasonably simple to read. Reasonably understandable. Okay, let's update the title around 60%. Reduce costs of that by 60%. There we go. Good. Proof. Refactor. Reduce costs by 60%. Okay, cool. Then we have that. Double scroll amount for this guy. I think we can also merge this one here. Backport building, multi-selection fix from 0. Minor unify. It's also a bug fix, right? We can actually make it major. It was supposed to make Scutbug impossible, but it made it just harder. Yeah, major. Backports. So backports, I think the way backports fix for building multi-selection and Scutbug. Backport fix for building multi-selection, comma, Scutbug. Preventing Scutbug. Backport fix for building multi-selection. Backport fix for building multi-selection. Backport fix for preventing. Backport fix for preventing building multi-selection from 0. Backport fix to prevent. Backport fix to prevent building multi-selection from 0. Backport fix to prevent building multi-selection from 0. Backport fix to prevent building multi-selection from 0. I think that's good. Because if it just says building multi-selection fix, then it's not really clear what it does. Like, does it enable the building multi-selection? Does it prevent it? Or like, what was wrong with it, right? It's not clear if you just say building multi-selection fix, unless you already know, right? But if you say a fix to prevent building multi-selection, then you know, okay, we can no longer do this. And it was not supposed to be like this, because in 0 it was fixed. Yeah, I think that makes it a little bit clearer. It still doesn't tell that it's related to Scutbug, but I think that's secondary information. Yeah, I think it's probably also relates to other bugs, not just Scutbug. Yeah. But Scutbug is probably the most prominent one. Backport fix to prevent building multi-selection from 0. Maybe we can clarify this. This was supposed to fix Scutbug. Okay. Top tier monkey. Top tier monkey. Okay. Then I think we can look at this next. It says important features. It's not really a feature. Const expr const. The scroll multiplier is used to rescale scroll settings so keyboard scrolling is faster and every scroller matches 30 FPS. Matches. Times scroll multiplier. So this is an int, but it assigns a float here. It's all real. How about we say real? Real. Yeah, this one should be a real as well. Yeah. I think this description is not yet complete, concise. It needs to explain. It ideally explains why 2 was chosen and why 2 specifically was chosen and what yeah. Why and how. I wonder what AMT stands for. AMT. That's a problem with abbreviations. You never know what that means. AMT. I don't know. The monkeys really fudged how the neutral faction is handled. Essentially, the uninitialized player slot 0 is used as a neutral faction player, but they never properly initialized a neutral player, so they have no valid player template. But the game has no data concept of a neutral faction, only the normal factions, which is why there is no player template available for the neutral player. So neutral player also has no set name of neutral. So a blank name and name key are used in association with a neutral player. So all uninitialized players are essentially the same as a neutral player. It just happens to be that there are functions which reserve player slot 0 for this neutral player. This then leaves things in a state where my fix above prevents access to the neutral player by scripts, but that's because everything is fudged in the first place. Actions are called on the neutral player that would reset it or cause other issues. Maybe we should decorate the neutral player with more player data. Okay, what is this here? This PR is an alternate updated implementation of an earlier orphaned PR. This PR cleans up some of the code and prevents unlocked horde bonuses being applied when affected units are not within a horde. Oof. Okay. Horde and if. Oh boy. Oof. Okay. So if retake compatible CLC, then we check if nationalism, if horde, nationalism and fanaticism should only be applied when within a horde. Okay, so the first thing to note here is that this is also a controversial change, and it is a nerf, and it affects China. Because it takes away this bonus from non-horded units, infantries, and some tanks, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So should only be applied when within a horde. Yeah. Okay. 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 So the first question I have. So it is a plain bug fix. It's not a unification or anything. and bug fix. Okay. If not retake. Yeah. This is a controversial change and needs to be opt-in. It needs to be opt-in in game data. It needs to be, well, it should be opt-in in game data. It should be opt-in. Bonus condition hard. Let's try to figure out where this would fit in. By the way, we can stop the debugging here. So weapon bonus condition hard, is that something that is here? No, hard. Oof. I think we have to go to weapon any. No. What do we? Let's search for hard. No. Where? Weapon bonus. Here. Game data ini. Aha. Yeah, okay. Science, yes, yeah, weapon bonus. Does this say anything about hard? Hard. Okay. This clearly was the original intent design, but we need to make this corrected behavior opt-in in game data.ini. Setup. This clearly was the original intent design, but we need to make this corrected behavior opt-in game data ini because it is a controversial change that makes China weaker. Game data.ini. So we need to have something like how can we say weapon bonus, health bonus. So we need to say something like something like Maybe we can say like horde bonus. I'm not sure if that one makes sense. Horde bonus. And then we say this. Weapon bonus. Weapon bonus. Horde. I mean, this one needs to be hard. So if all of these would not apply on horde, then we could have added like a new horde bonus, maybe. But maybe we can say horde weapon bonus. Nationalism. Like this, maybe. This with weapon bonus. Being a horde weapon bonus by default. This clearly was the original intent design, but we need to make this corrected behavior opt-in because it is a controversial change that makes China weaker. So we need to have something like a horde weapon bonus. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So by default, it will stay with the original behavior that it always applies. And only when modifying the game data.ini with horde weapon bonus, then the nationalism and fanaticism would apply to the horde behavior. And the weapon bonus for horde, it implicitly applies to the horde behavior. So it doesn't matter if you would write it with horde weapon bonus or weapon bonus. With this or no, I think that's enough. Being a horde weapon bonus by default, being a implicitly. Some nice formatting here. it's so interesting. Here it says troops fire their weapons 25% faster, but it says 150%. When the comment doesn't match the actual effect anymore. Classic. Classic. That way the codes also that way the code also does not need retake compatible CSC. Does not need using good. Okay, what's next? Okay, so we have done some reviewing. Maybe we can also do reviewing for row CNB. Here's one open. Okay, let me get this. Observer cannot chat. Observer cannot chat. Oof. Okay, let's build that. Actually, hold on. Ah, shit. suggested. Looks good. Consider using a positive condition first instead of negative. Okay, so this this fix, then let's launch 2 clients. Okay, good. So we need 2 clients. Oof, why is it loading so slow? Okay, so here we have client 1. Here we have client 2. Okay, so we want to check observer, multiplayer network, Okay, we create a game and we join. All right, now we have China, yeah, that's fine. Let's put the 2 enemies. Okay, then we take this guy and it has options surrender, exit game. We can open this. Okay, and now we do surrender. Yeah, we can still open that. And we can chat. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so behavior-wise, everything seems to be fine. Let me see the code again. Good, so here it says toggle in-game chat. Why does it need this check here? Is player observer? Chat everyone. Toggle in-game chat. Chat analyst. I don't quite understand why this one is here. Let's put a breakpoint here. Oof, we can't. Oh, that's a shame. So let's say we press this button, no, this button. Okay, it gets here and it goes right over it. What about this other view here? Why is this change here necessary? Destroy quit menu. Destroy quit menu. Yeah. So this I understand, right? Even if the player is not active, he can still send this message. How does this here work? Set quit menu visible. What is this? Hide quit menu. Can we still see the history of this change? No. Would have been interesting to see what it was before he made the last change. I cannot recall what the code did before. He made some changes and that changed something. Now we don't know what he has changed compared to previously. I'm not sure why this now works and before it didn't work. That is not clear. Is it related to this thing here? And if yes, how? Like, why would this fix the diplomacy screen? That I don't understand. Let me just ask, what does this do? Yeah, so this is clear. I have no idea why this is here. And I have no idea why this is here. So I don't understand this change. It looks unrelated to me. Maybe this somehow plays a role, but it's not clear what this does. Because it just said quit menu visible, false. Yeah, sure. Because we destroy it. But why is this related to this change with chat? Why is the chat related to the quit menu visible? What is happening in this function? Yeah, not much. It just sets a boolean, that's it. That's not much. What does this boolean do then? Show in-game chats. In-game menu visible. False. Showing game chats. It's a bug fix. Okay, now I understand it. Because there's this check here. If is quit menu visible, is that true? Well, it closes it. Oh shit, we're getting rushed here. Huge rush, but the dozer is strong, no problem. Okay, so this works correctly. Yeah. Okay, I understand this now. Okay. Yeah. It's why that there's like is visible here and then there's another here. That's stupid. Is there maybe then any other place that where this could be missing? How about we... Oof, the caps lock. how about we make this a separate enable chat. Enable chat. How about we make this a separate change, because this looks to be an actual fix that will correct the diplomacy. It will all I mean, what does it do? What else? Okay, but it looks like we're getting wrecked here. So it will fix the pop-ups. Fix pop-ups, diplomacy screen, and message mouse left click. We need to not process left clicks through the selection translator. Left clicks. Left clicks. What does that mean? Let's start a new mesh. Okay, so according to the code, it's... Oh. What? Oh, because we are not in the same team. Will I be able to surrender though? No, I can't, but I can sell my headquarter. Okay, so the pop-ups work and the diplomacy screen works. Because this looks to be, because this is a bug fix that will correct the diplomacy screen pop-ups and what is this? If the quit menu is visible, we need not to process left clicks through the selection translator. I think this will be better as a separate change, because this is a bug fix that will correct the diplomacy screen tooltip pop-ups. But it's also related to this show in-game chat. Show in-game chat. Show in-game chat. No, actually, it's tight. It's closely related to. Spikers add tweak. Observers can now chat. This local the local player tests look strange. What is netmin players? Not net. Not netmin player. Local player. Players near to start a net game. Latency insertion packet loss. Min players needed to start a net game. Players. To me, it looks like that this condition would always be true, right? I guess it's fine. I can leave it like this. Yeah. Yeah. So with the original code, let's double check the behavior there. Maybe, but it will be easier to remove the comparable CNC code in the future when it is consistently written. All other places that use if, return, else, and if written in this exact order for consistency and ease of understanding. Let me double check my claim, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. It's not many. Okay. Right, we need 2 clients. Anyway, so I think we can still approve this thing, right? Because technically it's all correct. Okay, so originally, if we surrender here, well, we're not really surrendering, right? We cannot chat, but we can open the diplomacy screen. Okay, we need some... We need some enemies so we can hit surrender. Okay, now I cannot open the tab, the diplomacy screen. We don't see tooltips either. Yeah. Now what happens if I open the menu again and close it again? Now I can open the diplomacy screen. But tooltips, the tooltips also work. Okay. Okay. I notice this is a good fix. How about we move that into a separate change and describe what it does. It is not directly related to enabling chat, to observer chat, and needs to fix. It's not directly related to enabling observer chat. It will fix diplomacy screen, tooltip, pop-ups, and chat after surrender. because it is not directly related to enabling the observer chat. So let's ask, what does this do? Okay, good. Enough with the reviews. So, we need to make a change to the game text instance. Our name. Okay, so basically CC Hyper has requested that we change the way we describe our game client. We shouldn't say Command Conquer Generals 0 hour version XXX, but we should say something like products version blah blah for Command Conquer Generals 0 hour version. So that it's clearer that it's not the real product. Yeah. Okay, so right now it says game title and then it says the original game version, and then it adds our version and an author name at the end. Right? So then how about we say our name. Okay, we can say our name. Done. And then we say, then we start with this here. I put this up here. We say version, our name concat version. We say our name dot we say our name equals fetch fetch or substitute community patch. Community patch. Let's say say a GUI community patch. So community. How about we just say a product title. Product title. Community patch. Okay, and then we append this stuff here, and then we do let me say game name Unicode string game name equals fetch. Let's say 4 GUI for it's kind of awful, isn't it? Maybe we say Unicode string game title commands conquer generals win main Conquer generals. How is this written? Fetcher substitute. Ah, that was supposed to be here. For game title. For game title dots. Formats. SNS. SNS. Game title. And then, oh boy. Instance. What is this? Yeah. I don't think that updating the window title should live in game text. It's a horrible place. Game text manager. How about we move it elsewhere? After game text. In its subsystem game engine. I guess what we can do for start is just move it into another function. So at least it's a little bit more decoupled. Can do avoid. Updates. Window title. Update window title. Okay. So first we say title. Then I would say we put this here first. Then we do title dot concat as then we do Unicode string product title. Okay, so title concat str version community patch. Okay, now prints version information in the window title. Let me stop debugging here. Okay, so we have the title concat, product title. So product title. So we need to say title.concat product title. title concat version, and then we do title. What do we also call this? str. Title.concat for game title. Does this already exist? No. Product title? No. Then we have title A. Title A. Okay. Okay. Let's see how that looks. Community patch version. Okay. Okay, we need to, there's still something to do. So we need to say, command conquer, game title. We need to have a, Unicode string game version. Then we do if we say here game version, and then Unicode string product version. Yeah. And then we say options, products, and version information in the window title. Okay, so game version, product version. How about we just say, how about we just say if the version is not null, then title.concat concat this. Then here we say title concat. Fetch or substitutes. Title concat. Space. And another one. Then we don't need this here anymore. And then we say here product version. And here we also simplify this, just product title here. And then we say if this, then we concat this here. This and this. Yeah, that can work. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so now it says community patch by author for Command Conquer Generals, Command Conquer Generals 0 hour version that. Okay, we still have a problem. Game and Git version. Game and Git version. Game and Git version. We need to separate the game version. Unicode. Game version. Unicode. Game. We don't have a separate function for Git version, right? version. Yeah, okay, so what we do is we delete this and this. That's a Git version. Okay, and then we say here this and this, and remove this. Okay. Okay, let's get back to game text. Then here we need to say product title. So this one, here we need to do this. And here we need to do get Unicode version. Maybe we should clarify that this refers to the game version. Get version number. I think it's fine. Here, let's say a game version number. Okay, we get some compile errors here. Yeah, we need to update this separately here. Let me comment this out for now. Okay, so now it says community patch 609 by author for Command Conquer Generals 0-hour version 1.04. Okay. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Good. And then prints program version information in the window title. Good. And then we should also say the same thing in the menu. I wonder, maybe. how should we then describe the version here? So previously we had version 1.04 revision and then our number behind that, and then a commit time. Should we change that or not? I'm not sure. Yes. How should we describe it then? So I think having the exe and ini hash in there, that's very important. The git commit time, yeah, not that important. Maybe we can remove the author name here and just put we need a product. Create a static void build. You need a Unicode string. Build build label version string. We say Unicode string version, so we add the product title, the game text, we don't add this. We don't add all this. Well, so we add version.concat str git commit time. Maybe we do so we start with the product title. Yeah. Product title. Okay. So that's a %s here. Okay. Then game text. Unicode string version. Builds version string. There we go. Do git version. Commit time. Do this and this. Git version. Commit time. Well, maybe it makes sense to maybe put this here. Have %s. Yeah. We can see how that looks. Now this is actually really compact, so might as well just put it back in here. Right. Okay, let's see how that looks. I suspect that the line will be too long, right? You have a product title, you have the author name, you have a time in there, and hashes, and the line probably gets too long for the options menu. Yeah. Okay, it already starts here with some funky characters. Okay, actually it's not too long. Ah, we didn't put the game version in here. Okay, I don't know what's wrong here with the string. Why is it screwing up? This one returns a right. .str. There we go. So maybe we should say, so there's git version here. How about we say version here? So the game version and then the community patch version, product version. Maybe we can do that. Let's make the window a bit larger so it's easier to see. Let's put it like this maybe. Maybe put it like so. Community patch version 1.4. This. Now there's no date here. And this at the end. Community patch version this, and then date, exe, and then an author. It doesn't say command conquer in here, which I think is okay. Community patch version. Maybe we shouldn't add any author in there at all. Because the problem is, if now a mod uses this thing and they change the product title to, I don't know, Shockwave, yeah. Well, I mean, this also doesn't change. So the product title, you change this name and then it looks like that this was created by this author, right? How about, I have an idea. We say a product author. Yeah, that's a good idea. Product author. Author name. So we can make game texts, and then we say here then here we say product author. Product title, product author. Yeah. Then here we say Unicode string. Let's put here table version str. Okay, and then we put here version. Let's say fallback version. Or just version. Do version dot format. Then we take these three guys here and we put it in here. Yeah. Okay. And then we do here product title, and then we create another one, product version. And here we put a fallback. Oops. Fallback version. There we go. And then we have this here, and then we have product author. Then we have here, let's call this default version. And then here default version, and then we do Unicode string default author. Default author. Default author. And then product title. Title default. So default version is product version default. And then here we have default author, and default author is this guy. And we just assign them down here. Default author, this. Maybe in here we should not say build user. We say Maybe we shouldn't decorate this guy. We just take this and this and this. And we just say str translate SQ user. You can simplify this more. We just like do it like this. And then here we say default author, product substitute. How about we say author default author? Okay, and then we have author, and author is this. So author, fetcher substitute, product author, or default author. Can probably simplify this here. Okay, and then we would need to say here takes fetch format fetch. Then we say by author equals no author format fetch author. Okay, and then here we say by author. Then here we say Unicode string product. Product is that, and say product title, product version. Then here we say product title str and product version str. Okay, now this is fully customizable. These version strings here. What kind of version strings do we have? Build time, build machine, build user. Version. Maybe the other things should also be in version. Version, product title, product version, yeah. Product author. Yeah. Yeah. Time version values. Is there in the version class, version CPP, is there any GUI string? No, it's just version. Version. Oof. Version. Okay, back to the options menu. Maybe we can do here Unicode string. How's this written here? Build user. Oof. 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 How about we add a new string? So we have so how about we say version product title, product version, product author, and then here we say version by, we say version by and we I use here %s by yeah. What are we saying? How about, I have a different idea. We say version, we put this back in here. We keep this here. And this. So your product author. Okay, so product title, product version. Default version is the game version and the Git version and the commit time. Yeah. Yeah, default version, default author. Let's see how that looks. There's an error here. Okay. Community patch version, this and this. Yeah. Okay. So now the product title is customizable. The version title is customizable. Yeah. And the author is customizable. Only this is not customizable. Now we also need then to make the title here customizable. The window title. Yeah. Okay, but this allows that like any, like if a mod uses this executable, they can then, in the translation file, they can then set their own product name and version and so on, and author name and so on. Yeah, makes it more flexible. Okay, then let me copy this junk here. By the way, we can move this down here. Yeah, default version, default author. Okay, let me do main menu, CPP, and we just copy the same junk in here. Maybe we call this texts. Texts. There we go. Okay, then let me take a copy of this stuff here, and then we go back to our game text CPP, and then we make another pass on this guy. So texts. Then we do product title. Product title. Okay. Maybe. I don't like that we have to like add a localization for. Okay. Okay. The first thing we need to do is put version here. Okay, so version, product title, product version, product author. Yeah, okay. So product version. So default version will be for default version we just use this, right? Default version is that. Default author is that. Title. Let's move the title down here. Okay, and command cock. Now, in the title, like it could also be desirable that someone says, hey, I don't want to print this at all, like for Command Conquer General 0 hour version, this, that, right? They might just want to say product name, product version, done, right? And author, done. Maybe not even show an author. Yeah. And so maybe we should say we can say game title equals this, right? Fetch. Bool has game title. Then we say if has game title, and game title dot get length, let's say is empty, not is empty. Only then we append this kind of information. Okay, in that case, we can also have this for, but maybe we say, so we have Conquer Generals. Conquer Generals. Yeah. Maybe we say for game title version, for game title, product title. Let me say for ls. We say Unicode string game title format. Game title final dot formats, game title format dot str, and then game title. Version, and then okay. Okay, and then here we have product title and product version and product author. Update window title. It looks like we make an assumption here. Window title. Debug, assert crash. The version is not null. The version is null. Okay, product title. Product version and product author. Okay, and then game title final. Yeah. That should work. That should work. Yeah. That should work. Fantastic. Looks good. It's a bit complicated though. Yeah. Has game title. How about we move this down here? Okay. Committee patch, blah. Okay, there's an error. Format, game title, str. There we go. Concat, game version, game title format. This one we can remove. Do Unicode string game version equals this here. There we go. Okay. I think that makes sense, yeah. Yeah. Committee patch number by author for game title, version, Yeah, looks good. And so if a modder wanted to just say a product and version by author without the original game title, then he could do that by just clearing the string for this, like, or just removing this entire thing from this file here, from the general's str or CSF, right? So somewhere here. So you could just remove this, right? And then it's gone. We can also say, if not product author dot empty is empty, so the author can also be optional. Yeah. And the version we can also make optional. If product version is empty. Now, should the product title be optional? Should probably say. We could probably say if not product title is empty, then we do all this. And then we check if it has a game title. And now I think it should also be possible to say if we don't have a product title, then the game the game title final should say, so if product title dot is empty, then we say game title final simply is game title. Yeah. Now here at the bottom we also need to say if not title dot is empty. Has no product title. Just use game title as is. Has a product title. Use game title as an extension. Use game title as an additional. I don't think we need a comment here. It's okay. Game title format. Okay, so we have a lot of customization options now for this thing. We can specify no product title. We can specify no product version, no product author. And we can also remove this Command Conquer title. We cannot change the game version number. That is hard coded, and I think that's the way it should be. It's basically the code version. Yeah, the code version. And default version, default author, product title, version author. Okay. Game title, yeah. Final and game version. Yeah, I think this looks good to me. It is properly customizable. We don't hardcore the products, the versions. Yeah, this is pretty good, I would say. Committee page, blah, by blah. Committee page. The game boot up is much faster than the original, so we don't even see the splash screen for long, right? It's there for less than a second. Community patch 609. Community patch 609. Okay, it looks good to me, the title, yeah. And here we say coming patch version 104. Version 104. Now the only problem is here. I don't like that this can be overridden. I think this code version should not be mutable. Let's go back to the options menu. So here we have default version. I think we need to have a Unicode version, game version, and that is this. Then we have this. Let me remove this. Unicode string. And then here we say send s. Game version.str. Products version default product author. Now here, I think we should also make these things customizable. AKA, like if it's empty, it should not even print this, right? So Unicode's string game hash game hash dot formats this guy. So it's game hash. And so the text that we build is text.concat game version. That's the game version. Okay. Or just concat game version. Concat game version. Okay, and then we say if not product title dot is empty, then we concat the product title. Say if not product version is empty, product version, and then we say if not product author is empty, And then here we do text concates game hash. That is here. Just yeah. Okay. Title, version, author. Fetch or substitute. Fetch or substitute. Maybe we can directly put this in here. Simple enough. On the other hand, it's good to have an alias for this. Let's put it here. Product version. Maybe we'll put this here in one line. Okay, this should work. A crash. Well, that is interesting. Huh. Huh. Did we do any mistake here? Or? We do have a mistake here. I always click the wrong buttons. Options. There we go. Okay, version 1.4, community patch that. Okay, there we are missing something. Right. Yeah, I think that's fine. You know, the reason now we don't see the splash screen is because I remember Helmut has removed a 3-second wait time, and I think that affected showing the splash screen for a while. And I think it's not so great. I think we should see the splash screen for some seconds and not skip through so fast. And maybe only skip it when we actually set quick start. Yeah, that would be my advice. Otherwise, I think it's desirable that we see the splash screen so that we have visual confirmation right from the get-go that we launched the correct product. That's what the splash screen is for, right? So maybe we need to change that again, yeah. Revert the performance improvement. Yeah. Okay, but this looks good. We can now also customize all this stuff here. The game version is fixed. That cannot be customized, but the product title can, the version, the author. Now, regarding the title, actually, let me clean this up here. Let's copy this over to the main menu. Main menu. So regarding the game text, here, I wonder. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's skip that. Yeah, if we don't have a game title or anything, if the title is empty, we don't change it. Now let me find that one change that I was referring to. It was from Helmut. And it was about, it had labeled performance, right? Performance. The initial progress bar after the intro is delayed 3 seconds. The progress bar. Didn't happen for quick start. Showtime. Load screen. Load screen.cpp. Okay, let me test this thing. Load screen CPP. Screen 6. 6. 1, 1, 2. Okay, that actually looks strange. Yeah. So put this here. Okay, let me put a breakpoint here. I want to see when we hit this. It actually is in the load screen. Jesus. Okay, that's wild. So there's a 3 seconds wait time in the load screen. That's wild. Why was this there? Let me see. It must be. Yeah, it must be these 3 seconds before the loading bar comes. That's weird. Let me see that one more time. That's wild. Here, these 3 seconds were unnecessary. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Okay, how do we deal with the splash screen then? I think it is in WinMain, right? WinMain. Here, create window. So if we would put a breakpoint here. I don't see anything. Aha. Okay, so we see the splash screen after initialize app windows. I cannot click on it though. Ah, it's there. Okay. And if we delete this, it still works fine, yeah? Yeah. Let's quick starts. Let me see, pass command line for engine inits. Let me put a breakpoint here. Pump message during startup to ensure that the application window is correctly positioned. Okay, let's put here, and it's still okay. It's still initializing. Where are we in the core stack? We are in game main init. Run it. Init. Yeah. How about game main? So how about here we say showtime. Time get time. I have here a static delay game launch. Is this public? Yeah. Delay game launch. We say if the global data quick starts. Command line. Quick starts, pass quick starts, no shell map, no window animation. No sizzle. Pass no sizzle. Play intro. Let's do boom, play. Let's just do a quick starts. Quick starts. Game was launched with quick starts. Was launched for quick starts. quick start false. Pass quick starts. Doesn't exist. Pass quick starts. The global data. And quick start true. The writable global data. Okay. Quick start. Then we go back to game main and then we say if say here this and this. Then we say if the global data m quick starts, then we delay the, if not quick start, then delay game launch. Delay the game launch. Super hackers at tweak. Delay the game launch for a few seconds to present the splash screen. Present the splash screen. Maybe maybe we can also say, well, I don't know. Okay, so yes. For a moment. Now, I'm not sure if this will be the correct place, but let's test it. Yeah. Let's see what happens. I say maybe this should be called delay game execution. I hope that after init we still see the splash screen. I'm not sure if that's the case. We have to see. Let's see. Oh, well, we had a breakpoint. Let's remove the breakpoint. Oh no, it's after the splash screen. I guess it's somewhere in init. It already. Okay, so it's too late. This is too late. Okay. But it's also too late before. What does this function do? Okay. So it looks like we would have to do it before this. Okay, let me go back to parse quick starts. So play no sizzle. What does this do? Okay, it changes that. This one also changes, and this also changes. Okay. Okay, then what we can do is we can move the quick start in here. Put it up here. Pass no win. Okay. That should work then, and then we have to game main. Okay, let's see if that works. That works. Now, this is a little bit of a naive implementation because it does not consider the time it has taken us up until this point. Maybe we should say it should only delay up to 3 seconds from the beginning of the splash screen creation. For that, we would need to get some time info somewhere. Where's this called from? Game main. From win main. Yeah. Not so much happening before that. Yeah. Not so much happening. Now it looks like we don't need to be clever here because there's really not much happening before that. If we start debugging, it pretty much hits instantaneous. Let me see. Not really. There's a bit of time passing. What is passing there? I wonder. What is taking so much time? Before we reach init, there already is quite a bit of time passing. That's interesting. What takes so long? This is cheap. This is cheap. Must be this then here. Initialize app windows. I can't think of anything else that would take so long. It must be this here. That maybe this initializes a lot of Windows related things. Yeah. Okay, what's the time? 4 hours. There, I think I will take a break here and continue next session. Good, then I wish you a great day or night. Until next time. Goodbye.